Hello, hello. So, things kind of fell through yesterday. I was reasonably ill. Couldn't stream. And in fact, today I will likely not be reaching the checkpoint I was going to reach yesterday, but hey, I'm doing marginally better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming. But I do want to get some progress. I do enjoy Endwalker, despite all of my whinging about certain elements of it. But I am likely going to be taking things a little slower today, and we'll see how far I can get. Alas, for the unfortunateness of yesterday, I am officially on pace. I had one day to spend, but hell. And, you know, I was already expecting to lose days in Endwalker, and it's not like I don't have, like, 30 fucking buffer days. So, I'm not terribly worried. Apparently, the trailer for the benchmark was shown, and the letter from the producer, which happened yesterday, I think. I haven't watched that. I have no intention of watching that. I will simply just do the benchmark whenever that comes out. And then I shall know whatsoever that could have shown me. Only things I haven't shown from it are that, it's a brand new name to make me fucking starter. Wuklamat used an ability that people are assuming is going to be one of the new warrior abilities. Seems likely. I feel like I saw something else mentioned, but it's been voided, so who cares? But last time, quite in the nick of time, I got through the entirety of patch 5.5 through to the end of patch 5.58. During the events of which, we made peace with the kobolds, or aided Limsa in doing as such. Some weird towers started popping up, bad stuff. Towers are tempering people, very bad stuff. Good news, got a cure for tempering. Bad news, whenever we attack towers, they spawn primals. Not a good time. Arnvold's in a wheelchair. Why don't we make him Magitech legs, or at least give him an electric wheelchair? Who knows? Moving on. We go to Pegalthon. We fight off a attack from Lethalofroy. By the way, Lethalofroy are the Asian dudes who are making the towers. Van Daniel's the thing. He's in the body of Asahi. This is already established in like patch 5.4 in like the side cutscenes. Meanwhile, after Pegalthan, Alphino begins writing a report on the Crystal Braves to help a similar organization, the Sylph/Gridania are founding, I guess. I don't fully track that, my bad. While that's happening, we get news that one of the members of the forum is visiting Gridania to give the official forum response to the end of days. Oh no, it's Fortuno Levier, the twins' father. They're there. They get into an argument. The forum's not going to help. Fortuno disowns the twins. They're upset about it. Gee, I wonder why. We're getting a boat to Sharlayan so we can research the final days. And that's about where we left off. So, without further ado, I have to read every NPC in the room. Much and more have we discovered of the Telofroy's machinations since Thancred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. When Arnvold tried to free the Amaja held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captives were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telofroy until a means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, the summonings of lunar primals will continue just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. I have a feeling the journey to Sharlayan is going to be quite the test of your nerves, in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Kryl. After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming Kugane, Razdatan, even Garlemald, but never Sharlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Fortuno here to explicitly state that fact, rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs. It would appear they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Kryl's mission of securing our entry into Sharlayan nigh on impossible, but I'm confident that she will find a way regardless? Wait, what? Yeah, regardless, sorry. Those who are brought within close proximity of the towers are tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with aether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we are yet to uncover what the Telophoroi wish to achieve by this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Whatever it is my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. No one's out here. I have conveyed Lord Emmerich's wishes to Colonnade and the others. For the present, their role will be to facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Is there anyone in Dawn's Respite? Ah, my mic. Would appear as though no. And we don't need to see Nikolai, he's fine. Arntel, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Jesus Christ. Dude, hearing this music again with it zooming, oh man, that actually gave me like a weird hit of nostalgia, man. It's only been like 2 years since I did this, dude. Jesus. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. Oh my god, no, please, thank you. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of aeons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been seen to cause the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding these spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arnvold and Ferdola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenocier Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophori. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fortuneau's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mrs. Cryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Luzuluminza and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. On arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldician, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. That was well timed. Anyone still here? Just you? Anything new? Safe journeys, and please do be careful. Okay, I guess I'll check on fucking Unakalhai. He's gone. Well, we will get to it later. Anyway. Arcanist Guild. Add to the Aft Castle. Shit. One more time. Arcanist Guild. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. Tis a rare experience for most Guardians. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home. This will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Luzuluminza, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly, I might add, the skills to properly live. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. I might have lived in Master Victoria's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
I wasn't that far off. I'm a little impressed. I was dropping the tea. It's cold today, not a cold.
So we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
I'm way fucking closer than I thought I was.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail!
All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
You know what? This will be two expansions in a row that start with us hopping on a boat.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Interesting parallel. Start as you ended, I suppose.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
You also don't have the echo.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks! Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Yes, actually.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
I will have you know I am a crafter of some renown.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Nifty.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Hired help. Oh, they're going to do the H1s first.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Irontel Malfren, artisan. This sword, I use it to cut down trees. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
I will have you know I make only the finest sofas.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
I feel like now is an appropriate time to mention
As
that
your mercenary,
Sharlayan
I should
has
hope
my
welcome
favorite
includes a generous
city
salary.
music in the game, like easily
I
day
had
and
to
night.
say something, Sir Taciturn.
Sharlayan is in fact likely just my favorite city period in the game. It's so good, man. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Castarium, yes? In fact, but we really should let Croyle have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Arntel. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. Allow me to extend it unto thee my warmest welcome, Arntel. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine. Honestly, better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry at all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. And with this, I'm going to step away 5 or 6 minutes. I have to go tend to some laundry and breathe for a bit. In the meantime, I will leave you with what is likely the best city ambience in the game. I hope that wasn't too long. Shouldn't have been, but you never know. Cryo. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Arntel and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you are dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Arntel, Sharlayan awaits. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Yup. Thanks, appreciate it. I really love this system. I really hate how it needs to bring those pop-ups every single time you use it. Like I've already done this like 1,000,005 times, guys. I don't think I need to see this every single time. Thank you, appreciate it. Please stop. Granted, this was this specific instance was the first time it ever happened. But still. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, or Stota. I think? Stoa? So named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Asgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdician, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Vale, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. I could have swore it was here where they make a swipe at that guy who was like, where's all the water coming from? Where's all the water coming from? Just forgetting that pumps exist. Ah, yes, the last stand. Now that is an invigorating aroma. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. And as encapsulated by our infamous Arkan loaf, the prevailing sentiment toward cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so, the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fanfare. Or fare. Fuck. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items in the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you are a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient raha, but surely Tataru has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on then? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. The students of Valdician would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin. And any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. On to the Aetheryte Plaza we go. We just need to head up the stairs next to the last stand. Keeping an eye out for those blue circles. No extras? Like none? Alright, fair. The Aetheryte looks different from how I remember it. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go toward next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had to offer. You've attuned yourself to the Aetheryte? Then let's continue on to the Agora. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems that I've got to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I've always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? Got a gold coin? Welcome to the Agora, where we can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the steps up to that imposing building at the very top. It is a fascinating experience to walk around the city and contrast my image of the past with the reality of the present. The building we're looking for sits at the top of the stairs to the north of the Aetheryte. Just keep walking up, and you'll reach it eventually. The district we're passing through is called the Archon's Design, a name which honors the 7 individuals whose contributions were instrumental in the founding of Sharlayan. It is the city's political and financial center, and it also hosts a collection of research institutions. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Vale were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Numiphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ur. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. What an invigorating breeze. A touch biting, perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my first arrival in the First. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the first settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Do you not feel the cold? Granted, it is not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsa Lominsa. The district of Journey's End occupies the eastern block of the city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down from the rostra and keep heading east, of course. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Sharlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Numcraft built their first home. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials in the oldest Sharlayan family. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Arentel. The good old Annex. I used to bunker there whenever I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. Have I tired you out with all of this walking? Not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the Annex. Just follow the path to the west side of the Aetheryte, and we'll be there in no time. Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions. There are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. This is it, the Baldessian Annex. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the Numenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I've brought Arentel and Raha with me. You were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Arentel. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Tsunjika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika. I know... Oh yes, Ijika. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. I don't think I've ever set foot on Eureka. Sure. This place is like a seasoned home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Sorry, a moment. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. Yet it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see these students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fail. Something like that. Though that door on the left, through that door on the left, is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Endwalker, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Excuse me? Thank you. Do you have papers posted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to put up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Aldessian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Alright, a quick dip into the end room. This is the inn room. It's better than the one in Heavensward. I prefer the one in the Crystarium. It's not bad. I do enjoy the posters on the wall. They are fun. I could have sworn Mooglemog was in here. Hang on. I do wonder how many of these are, like, translatable. Like, this, if you spend enough time poring over it, you might be able to get, like, these two lines. Oh, it's just this, but shrunk. So, yeah, like this. Yeah. Would it be worth it? Certainly fucking not. We probably could. Oh, there it is again. I'm pretty sure that this is literal gibberish. You can definitely translate that, but I think it's like the shadow of something? Or is it the bowl of embers, maybe? Maybe. Hard to say. Anyway, I'm satisfied. Come on. There we go. You son of a bitch. Let me drink my fucking ginger ale in peace. Oh, there's Mugomog. There he is. This is definitely translatable. There it is again, and again. Please? You can probably, you translate that. Maybe that if you spend enough time on it. Garuda. There it is again. And again. And again. One more time for luck, maybe? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, there it is again. Fuck yeah, let's go. Anyway, I'm satisfied. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest you stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Hello, hi. How you doing?
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Oh, I'm so torn.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I mean, I'm objectively required for the first one. Thavnair.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
I'm pulling out a coin, don't mind me.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
My indecision has gotten too strong.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Got my coin
I'll be happy
ready.
to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Thancred's just... The fuck? Thancred's just... Thancred?
Give me a moment
God damn it.
afterwards,
Estinian.
and I'll supply you with all
Estinian
the
is just in there
details
for
of
the squid.
Mudana's request.
Help me.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Okay. So, for some reason, I have it in my head that doing the Thavnair one first fits better narratively. But then I've been thinking about it the past couple of days, and the more I think about it, the more it feels like the Sharlayan one fits better. I won't give any reasons why, until I get there. But, like, I as I'm, like, now here, I've been ping-ponging back and forth between the two. So, I have the coin ready. Heads, I will be doing Thavnair first. Tails, I will be doing Sharlayan first. And I will keep you updated. Hang on. Alright, we're doing Thavnair first. Sticking to the original plan. Okay, Estinian. So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Though I have read much on the subject of Razdatan, this visit shall be my first. It'll be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Huh? Did I click it? I did not hit F1. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? The process by which the 4 members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. But fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little. I suspect we will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. Our tour of the city has been a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Thavnir first. I do quite like Thavnir as well. It's not bad. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If we are ready to set out, if you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krile was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, but both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no, it is your choice. Is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath been long overdue. If it's settled, then let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kate? Kate? I'm gonna go with Kate. Although I think, wouldn't Kite be more in line with the Y? Because it's usually an E sound? Ishtola? I don't know. Peak laziness? Don't mind me. This saved me about 5 seconds. Totally worth it. Okay. That was a missed keyboard input. Hang on. There we go. A little bit of spectacle. Yeah, I'm burning through it, man. I'm actually a day behind because I wasn't able to stream yesterday. I was supposed to be starting the second half of the opening bit today, but at this rate, I'm going to be fully caught up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. give or take 26 streams. I got Whirl It done in one stream, man. The VOD is up my channel. I did that the 10th, I think. All the ones queues were good, so all the Whirl It done. It only took me about like 4 hours. 6 hours. Sorry, I lied. Just under 6 hours. Well now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Kryl, of the students of Baldusian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you are a mess of aether hurtling down the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between these 2 points. But it just so happens that our first pair of Aetherites... one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Yildimat, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razdat-Han, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, to sum it up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so, assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mrs. Kryl truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, our master Wolfsun and Mistress Blowida not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Cryo. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnir. What could possibly go wrong?
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
Yep.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Oh, look, it's me from yesterday. Just like me for real, for real.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Determination. You managed to oh no, I'm fucking auto. I hate you so much. Is it in here? Is it in here? You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? It's questionable. I got just the thing for this. There we go. You there? I need three drinks. Three drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. But by the okay, I'm gonna mispronounce a lot of words here. It's gonna trip up my stutter like no other fucking thing. I'm gonna acknowledge it once and move on. But by the Manasuya, a traveler, or I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Emerald Lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for one. Oh no, for not one, not two, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to a Stinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Stinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Hang on, I'm very curious. Okay, never mind. I thought you could barely stand. But what do you need? What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Wah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. And he never gets any further character development. How sad. Let me up. Ellipses. Praise be to thee, 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Justinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. It occurs to me, if 19,000 is like this much, right? That's you son of a bitch. I fucking saw that. Fuck you. If 19,000 is like that much, right? And the amount, and that's enough to like make Taru tear her hair out, which in fairness, that much for like bottled yogurt, understandable. Regardless, then perhaps we can use this to further my never-ending goal of discovering what the mean Eorzean income is. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna read a bunch of shit that fucking auto-passed. No. Alright. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's Thavnerian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal. I was told. Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold the candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem a bit excessive here? I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It does seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as its domain, the nation of Razdatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodra, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanesh culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razdatan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted, nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. In neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants... Sorry, fucking thing came out. Why? Pain. Alright. Given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, we've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yildamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it. 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Kyrusians removed me from my armor, and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. Arntel, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. I'm so excited to be fish salesman. Excuse me? Hang on. The fuck? What? Keep living your best life, man. Holy shit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Fucking thaumaturge is just chilling out here, man. Level 90 thaumaturge. Do they realize? Do they know? Is it like a challenge run character? Jesus Christ. If I fucking queue with this guy at any point in my life, I'm gonna cry. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Time to flex my ability to fly. Hello? Oh, this guy? Just a moment. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide breadth ever since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunair? If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn hell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us? Only the gods know. No. What am I missing? Oh, there it is. Help! 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 What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it out of habit, or still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has been this terrible. No, business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler, by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water there. The Damascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Damascens. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I have a lot of money. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to the one. Please talk to one of the others. Goodness. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya. I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yes? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, didn't you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the Custodium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. May I ask, what is it you do? I adventure? I kill gods? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fish... Some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I mean, I can try. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yildamad. I will observe you and learn. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough, given these circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back. Continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything too dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when the more monsters emerge from it, I heed the radiant. Fucking hell! I heed the radiant host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well. Give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Let's go. Not many visit here from other shores anymore. Even Eleanor has seen few merchant ships in its docks, and has felt the loss of coin that they bring most keenly. Oh, for fuck's sake! No, stop. Alright, never mind, I don't care. That you should get a sail on the first attempt. I've learned a lot already, and I hope to learn more still. Onto the list of things that would immediately break the quest if you did it before like I think it was patch like 6.2. Before they made mounts actually function with your followers. What I'm still waiting for is for them to make it so that those guys sit in the other seats of multi-passenger mounts. That'd be rad as hell. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Armor schmarma. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade. With no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. And it all wears me down, and I find myself constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my aw, damn. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Look, Matsuya, I don't sell shit. My retainers deal with all the selling shit. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, it's my stomach. Ugh. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone. Immediate failure. Never mind, we just approached him at a bad time, and timing is everything, yes? Oh fuck, is that Orion J? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I need to go talk to her. God, why did I have to fucking see Orion J? Now I gotta hunt them all down. Hey, Orion J. 'Tis a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. Rayan J. I wonder if there's like an invisible range barrier. You cannot go past this point, or else Matsuya gets teleported back. Or if I could literally drag his ass to fucking Palikistan. Be funny as shit, man. I can't imagine anyone would be in here. You know. No way it would just be Rayan J, right? None of these other doors open. I think some of these buildings don't even have doors. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. No, there's Stinian. Seeing as there's dried fish, I wondered if there might be dried squid as well. Doesn't appear like it, dude. It's alright. Where the fuck is Thancred? There he is! Thancred. Folk here are rather business-minded, for want of a better word, but at least they are welcoming of foreigners. In ordinary times, this harbor must overflow with visitors from all over the world. I've sated myself. We can move on now. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail to, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So, you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and family depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village, and thanks again. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. There you are, gotten over the aether sickness, have you? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And, as before, they mean to use the faith of their Hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telafari. Yeah, I already read that one out. Helping a struggling fisherman, you've only just met to peddler's catch. Yes, you would do something like that. That Matsia fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodra, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodra would be the primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintances, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. You do not see Matsia nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Ooh, it unmade this as well. That's nifty. You do not see Matsia from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! Matsia's voice, and it came from the north. You know, I was really hoping that by this point I'd be able to do like at least the blood spiller, edge of shadow, weave, but alas. No, it's a blood spiller, weave, blood spiller, weave, so on and so forth. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I'm an adventurer by trade. I told you this. I see. You found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasodra were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. This is your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis not help. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? I've done way worse, man. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I would ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akali? Wonderful. Just follow the road to the west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions yep, that one. Akali, I think. I feel like I'm in the ballpark, and in the ballpark is the best I can hope for the majority of things in Thavnir. I doubt Sharlayan will be too much better. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, I hear them to hear them spoken by heirs to this storied heritage giveth them new life. A charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. Mark you that platform out on the water, some manner of shrine perhaps. That's where a super fate happens. Not going on right now though. I have never done that fate, in part because I'm not interested in what you get from it. Well, welcome to Akali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but what you could do worse than to start with Kanga, the old Hasveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Manasuya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people, to be better people, and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manasuya and Murga deities, who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manasuya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manasuya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manasuya have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. Well, while you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wanted to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manasuya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sendaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And to her left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manasuya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in time of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them, there is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons, too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razdatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say... Very fucking accurate character. Did you say you were going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful and kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and an adorable trunk all day, and those eyes. When you meet her, take care. You don't drown in her. Oh no. What in the world? In such manner did we find them? What could have befallen these people? If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
A green-skinned aura. Interesting.
People of the great
from
world,
whence he hails.
I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
The Harnish ones are more of a like
have new
brownish color,
scales?
I think. Perhaps I'm misremembering. Yeah, see, like there, it's not quite as like pearlescent as a like green, but it's not.
Yes, my
It's
friends.
not in the ballpark of black
Gather
either.
round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
You know, wandering mailman, Kupo.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva.
Cinderuva.
The winds have shifted. I feel it.
Cinderuva.
The end to our toil is near.
Cinderuva, Menderuva.
I feel it too.
Someone say the third one's name,
Been
please.
this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well. You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
I fucking love Rianji's fucking pay respects.
Oh
God.
dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Ah! Fucking auto run. Tis said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Matsya. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Ostinian. Pray pay me no mind. I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Cryle herself is tied up with another investigation, Arntel is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your Blessing of Light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Oriange and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here and remain here to assist the other alchemists. You see a lantern designed in the local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Readying Aether. Please stand back. Hit me. Am I... Yeah, I'm still connected. How far back do you want me to stand? Ready to discharge. Oh, okay. Fuck you. What? Warning. Discharging Aether. You are struck by a powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irresistible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Don't want to stay too close to it. You'll bug the fucking quest, apparently. It's not a bug, but still. You know, you have to... that's upsetting. You are struck by another powerful blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. It's a fucking convoluted ass path, man. You good? Warning, discharging aether. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you from harm. Subject for fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. You are struck by the strongest blast of aether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish this aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness, no nausea, or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then, the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. My brain wanted to add another word. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. But we have exhausted our stores for a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like you to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arkasodra travel alone at her own peril. Will you come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. It's New Game Plus, you won't. I'm in your debt. Well, without further ado, let us head to Kalaja's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Arntel. Hang on. Gods, but that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside of the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You are all right, I hope. Good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up their eyes. And here we are, Kaja's footsteps. Kaja was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they came to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spiritweed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once, if you'll be so good as you stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radz Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radz Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radz Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Arntel, my thanks again for your my thanks again for your why? For your assistance. Fuck. Why? With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure. And Astidian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Arntel, though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you are not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardiness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it can be found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenya. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. So it so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidan? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Despite his tender years, Roshan is thoughtful and dependable. It's easy to see why he was chosen to be the satrap's attendant. Here are our Hamza, Arntel. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of those was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants into an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. Yet if you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called something or other. It isn't say Virgo or trust on the conflict's end. The Narcotica, a word which means sword. The sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Mirga against the... to the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Literally putting a fucking gun to my head and telling me not to stutter. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. I acknowledge it gets worse. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive his Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of his Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will... Nabardine? I'm not pronouncing that right. Oh dear God. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Arntal Malfren of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? The towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? Christ. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. No, stop. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. All appears quiet with the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if you approach them. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've dedicated or declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. They just want to die, man. They're just like blatant nihilists. What? They want to die and take everyone with them. What madness is this? Well, You can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with the heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors in our ranks. Even so, we struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force. On the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? They do. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naronar. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then. Our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Raz-Datan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together, till we meet again. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back, should you become separated, yada yada yada. Yoink. Imagine taking roads. Could not be me. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. I'm sorry, I'm not trying again. This is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am. Is there something that you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set aside some for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the Great Work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. There's an eighth right there, isn't there? Picture of convenience. Welcome back, Arntel. There, I hope you have the giant skull. What is it? What actually is this text? You have a sack filled with real chunks of the purest giant skull. How big is the sack? Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We should have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
A fucking creep in a robe.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Goodness, yeah. I love it. I love it. I noticed it in passing, but actually, like, getting the chance to, like, look at it with the scene paused. Light, dark, or umbral, astral. Wind, earth, lightning, maybe? But then what would this be? I guess this could be ice. This is probably fire. So which one's water then? Because there's no second blue one. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? This is all just like straight up coincidence? Oh, there's no way, right? Oh, I'm fucking okay. Maybe like I'm gonna stop forcing it. Never mind.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
The Satrap has granted you use of this boat. May it serve you well. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. And of course, I pray it does not come to that. But you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. I could just, like, again, like, you know, render you unconscious, bring you back, cure your tempering, no harm, no foul. Some like bad bruises to show for it, but you wouldn't be dead.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Glory be. Oh no, I'm fine.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Maybe that's not the smartest move. I think we've seen enough on it. Like, maybe you shouldn't be so far ahead of me. Like, just saying. Like, it's probably a bad move. Like, probably
a few more steps.
I would stop if I were you. Really tempting fate.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allagan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Ah, you are returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? Minasuya preserved. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman, I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Oh, that figures. Yeah, and I can see Obsidian down there. Maybe? Maybe not. Thy demeanor bespeaketh concentration, Arentel. Nope, it's not. Well, I ain't gonna hunt him down. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So, it was Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation. Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Nidana, Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who are taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ras-Natan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be a benefit to all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. I am curious what this area is going to look like. Hang on, real quick. What dark times are these that we must live through? Have we only to suffer to pray for deliverance? Besides him, town empty. Cool. I was expecting it to be a literal ghost town, so you know what? Big ups. Very nifty. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits, that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it is safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray we may join in common cause with the satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert. These strict restrictions are in place for entry. And, though we have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ras-Natan. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nirana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
There he is.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Khan had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Khan.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Khan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wind.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Khan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended gods in Paddlethan and Cartanau, I am told.
I do it all the time, frankly
'Tis
speaking.
upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That we should encounter one of the first brood is such a circumstance. In our course, if our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. The meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Oh, it's 2,000 guilt. Maybe I will take the bout of violent nausea. Jesus Christ. Fucking draining me dry here. Aetheryte, well, let's see Alex. The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Ritra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Ritra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Arcaso Sodera languish in Telafroy chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavner who will be summoned to thwart us. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all of the developments and discoveries. Wait just a moment. I returned by way of Kite's experimental Aetheryte, yet I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt, and apparently we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test the ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? So that hasn't changed. So, I will be wrapping up here. I had briefly entertained the idea of doing another stream a bit later tonight to go through the other bit, but I imagine it would end up being around about as long as this stream has been. And, you got it? 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. No. Let's take one off. So 7. 7. It's probably not going to happen. But I want to thank anyone for stopping by who did, anyone for giving me the time of day even, and until I stream again, have a good one all.